Yeah. Yes, rainbow ears to start off with. Thank you. I didn't have any on, so that works. I gotta find them though. I rearranged in here and they're like under my desk. Morning, afternoon. Yeah, I don't know either. That's something. It's a time of day. All the above. It's morning somewhere, afternoon somewhere. But yeah, how are you? I hope you're doing awesome. Let me find them. There they are. Get them sort of straight here. And then I can put them on. Oh. Still exhausted from the weekend? I can imagine. I can only imagine. I've just had the usual sleep struggles. Sleep hates me. You know, those kind of things. Uh, but yeah, I didn't walk miles and miles like you did. No, definitely didn't do that. But yeah, we're gonna work on Ghost Eevee today. You guys that are here and lurking and listening. And also, here's the pumpkin I finished yesterday. I don't know if you guys got to see it. Light in here is kind of, but I think if I put it over here on the easel, then you guys can see it great. Put it over here, you can see it good in a minute. Oh, well, let's see. I had gummies yesterday and passed out. It was glorious. Nice. See, now you can see the colors. It's pretty. It's orange. It's beautiful. And why did my camera zoom out? I don't know. Zoom back in, camera. We want to see the Eevee painting. There we go. I don't know why it zoomed out while it was away, but it did. It decided it was zooming out. What? No, no, this was just like a quick, like, I did this in like an hour, just being silly. I should draw Pokemon, but it's been a while. I'm out of practice of pencil drawing, to be honest, so I thought about it though. I need to do some more Pokemon art. It's been a long time. First, I draw it on in pencil, then I watercolor it, and then I use black ink on it, so it's pretty cool that way. But I figured I'd share it a few times today. It was fun. I enjoyed it. I might have to do more of those, because those I can do like right at the desk, like on a flat surface, and have the camera facing down like before. It's a little bit easier than reaching over here and doing this, so I might do that. We'll see. After this painting, maybe we'll switch to watercolor for a little while. I like watercolor too. But yeah, I still have to get all my paints onto this thing. I'm a slacker. It's been a day. I tried taking a nap, failed at that. Tried sleeping last night, failed at that. Tried grocery delivery, they failed at that. Yeah, so here I am, like 30 minutes later than planned, and but I made it, and that's the most important thing. As I hold up my flyers in a threatening fashion. I need them to open the tubes of paint. But yes, I'm here. Gonna get out the white paint because we're gonna need a flyer thread confirmed. It's not. I mean, we have the artist who holds up a pair of pliers and not a paintbrush. There we go. Yeah, I'm sure you can hear that on the thing too. I'm going to try not to get paint all over myself today. Right. I just feel like I put the cover on the wrong side of this. These things, you know, I never know how you're actually supposed to. I think you're supposed to hold them like this, but that means I always put the stuff on the wrong side, on the back side. Or at least I did this time, which is probably why there's text on this side. So I don't know. I just end up holding it like a pizza. So we're gonna hold it however which way. What you got going on, Bloody? What you got planned to stream next? What you eating lately? What'd you have for dinner today? I had fish. It was good. Says cat who had fish. Yes. Meow. Of course I did. Some Derby, but mainly NFtopia 4 stuff. I'm not familiar with NFtopia 4. I know the Derby stuff we're talking about. I'm not familiar with the other. Alright, we're gonna pull up some imagery that I need. Fix that. That. The grind of overlays and getting unexhausted too. Oof. Exhausted. Sounds like it was a challenge to play video games today. 4 for you. I get that though. I get it. Sometimes it is a challenge. I'm gonna use this color, but I feel like it's sus. Stream takes a toll. The unwind is real. It is real. Sometimes after streaming, it takes like 2 hours to relax or something for me. For me to like be able to go to sleep. Everybody's like, oh yeah, I'm ending stream and I'm going to bed. Yeah, to lay there for 2 hours and go, stop thinking, brain. It's time to sleep. Like, brain, stop. I just want to sleep. Brain, shut off, please. Yes. I insist that you shut off. And it doesn't. It's like, nope. You don't need sleep. You are wired and full of energy after this night of adventures. And I'm like, I'm not that full of energy. It's like, sure you are. Like, no, not really. Was that green? That is green. I always grabbed the green instead of the turquoise because the tubes look the same. This tube right here looks like turquoise, not. Oh. Oh god, no. No. What? Talk about your brain. Oh. Alright, squeeze out some more paint. I feel like I already don't have enough white. I did things and stuff, and I already don't have enough white. Where was there but working at the same time? So how was Phasmo? Phasmo was interesting. I really went into the game thinking I wouldn't like it, and they talked me into it, you know, because it's October. Let's play something spooky, even though you don't play spooky games. And I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna like this. And I'll admit, I screamed a lot, but I had a really good time. It was fun. I would play it again. Totally would play it again. So I liked it. That was my impression. I had way more fun than I thought. I think sometimes I'm just so scared of those things I won't even give them a try. Nice. Yeah. They spook me out. It's hard for me to get the courage to try them. If that makes sense. I'm just like, I don't know if I can do this. Vera! House Cat, thank you for your help earlier. Not everyone likes spoopy games, right? I usually don't go for the spoopy games, but being October and the spirit of stream, I gave it a shot, and it was lots of fun. So, but hi Shane! So how's it going? Good, good, good. How are you, Shane? How are you? We'll do customs and spooky. Yeah, good. Oh no, there's customs? Oh my god, I'm scared. Scared. But hi, Vera. Thank you for coming in and saying hi. It's good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. I hope you're doing awesome today. I've been busy squeezing out paint to work on this Ghost Eevee painting. Only 4 times the rewards? Okay, well that's cool. So it's custom like modded or something? So yeah, getting all the paint colors on my palette for my Ghost Eevee. Spoopy Eevee time, yes. She's not gonna be a Mew cat looking thing anymore. She's gonna be a custom Ghost Eevee. No more Mew cat. Doing pretty good. Glad to hear it, Shane. Glad to hear it. Like, you guys are the same color on my screen right now. And I'm like, and then Vera's pink. So 2 reds and a pink. And I'm like, it's probably not that way in everybody's chat. OBS has a tendency to change colors for some reason. So I'm like, making sure I read each of your names next to your text and paying attention. I'm blue in mine today. You're blue in yours today. Red is just a different shade of pink. Yes, it is. That's why I was like, it looks all the same. I have to make sure I'm really careful to identify which one of you is which. Okay, so I got that and that. And I don't think I need black today, but you know, I might need black today. I probably will. I'll leave it out just in case. But we're gonna start with colors and lots of white. And then go from there. This music is bothering me. It's scratchy. I think it's supposed to be scratchy, but changing it. Oh, wild. Yeah. Catch the Pokemon. Catch if you're catching Pokemon. So, let's see. Oh, I gotta move my mouse out of the way. There you go. Trying to make it where I can see the Pokemons that spawn on my screen too. I want to see them. So I know the Eevee and the rest of this painting is going to take at least 2 streams, if not 3. So we'll see how it goes. I also have push all the buttons, go back. I also have tea today, green tea in my poutine cup, as of course you can't see because it's too bright at this angle. I look like a ghost myself. It's Ghost Mono. But the lights are so bright so that the lights are right on the canvas, not on me. They're on the canvas. So I can see and you guys can see. I like to be able to see what I'm painting. So you just got Ghost Mono today. Oh. And then it helps if I hit the right button. Or you have nothing. Nothing. There we go. You got water, drink water. You got tea, drink tea. Drink fluids. Remember to hydrate. See. So here's my see, I'll read these on the tea. I'm reading mine to you guys. Mine says today, be fearless. Know that all will be provided at the right time. I like that. I need to be more fearless. I need to be more fearless. Let's. Added more weight. It's in my board. Okay. Bruh. This Eevee actually has really big ears, and the insides are like really bright pink. So I'm gonna do the best I can to get the pink that's brightest on it. It might take a few coats though. Stixer! Bro! Oh, that reminds me, I should give you guys hugs. Stream hugs. Hugs. Oh, I hugged myself. That means I gotta try again. Yay! Vera gets the hugs. Vera gets the cookies. Exclamation cookies. Vera, you get double cookies because I hugged myself first, or the bot. Oh, I hugged myself first. Yeah. Okay. How did I do that? Oh, you know, hugging yourself is good. Love yourself. Yeah. And then, if you want to know what you can get with the cookies, these are the things you can buy on the stream. You can boop people. Yay, I boop Shane on the nose. Exclamation hugs, Sixer hugs, bloody. Aww. All the hugs go around. Hey. Oh, did you guys check out the Halloween emotes yet? Oh my god, they're so cute. Here we go. Oh no, stop. Oop. Let's see, did I get them all? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. And I have 2 others in my Discord as well. Yeah, the little Ghost Eevees and the Reaper Snorlax. I should change the hype to these for just today. I should make that the hype just for today. I think that's a good idea. I think I'm gonna do that for Halloween anyway. Commands. Hype command. Let's find it. Hype. Gonna change the hype command temporarily to all the Halloween emotes. Boop. Submit. And there we go. Dashboard. Alright, now when you type hype, yeah, Shane got the little Witch Eevee. And then there's the little Devil Charmander. Skeleton Gengar. They're all so cute. I love them. I figured you guys would too. You know, I added more rows than that, but I guess it didn't like that. It was like, no, you added too many emotes. You're not allowed to have that many. Like, what? I added like 3 rows. Oh, maybe I did add that many. Okay. I wanted more. I wanted more hype. Yeah, there's a Witch Pika, a Ghost Eevee. That's why I got it. It was because of the Ghost Eevee. I probably said it wrong, but yeah. The Ghost Eevee. And we're painting Ghost Eevee. I had to. There we go. That's better. That's a better quantity of emotes to see. Although it looks like it's too many for the bot. The bot's like, nope, we got to use a second entry for this because you did too many. Okay. Alright, well, with that in mind, we'll submit with 2 less. Now it can be 2 less. Yay, they all fit. Okay. 1 row of hype. But they're cute! So you guys got them through Halloween. Not much time, but a little bit of time. And I think 3 of them you can use on other streams. And 2 of them you can't, because I have a really hard time figuring out which ones to swap out and which ones not to. Hi, Nick Dothy! Welcome, welcome, welcome! I hope you're doing awesome. Welcome to the stream. That reminds me. Do some shout outs real quick. If I can type. There we go, there we go. Genshin! That's right, I saw you were playing Genshin. Did you get Venti, or I'm gonna say his name wrong, worthlessly. And I hear he's not worthless, but his name looks like worthlessly. He looks like a really cool character, but his name is really weird. So I hope you got him. Let's see. All the messages. Okay, I did not miss anything really. Thanks for the retweet. Thanks for the retweet. Shane, thank you, thank you, thank you. And Discord did tell people I was live. Yay. Hi, Michi. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Run.
So I was going to say, you know, like my day's been weird. I've been failing at things. So, you know, I got my groceries. Like it said it was going to be, and after an hour late, it said it was going to be like 2 more hours, and then it showed up within 5 minutes. So that was weird. But they didn't show up with my wine. So, angry cat. But yet they still had to ID me, even though I ordered wine and I didn't get wine because they canceled it. It was weird. It was a pain in the butt. Don't run, I got candy now. Candy? Oh. You better watch out, Shane. You better watch out, Shane. That's funny. I have candy. Don't run. That face is perfect. Just saying. This color is like the hardest color to mix. It's like this pigment doesn't like to mix with white. And I don't know why, but I think it's because it was a cheap paint mixing with a good paint. But I like the neon color paints, and they're hard to find. I need more of them. I like the bright, vivid colors. And so I need more. I did put them on my wish list, but I have not bought any myself. Let's see. Nico, Dash, welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. See, it's looking pretty good of a pink, but I've used up all the pink and I want it brighter. So I'm trying to mix the right shade of pink and enough of it to do these ears. And then honestly, my paint is sad. It's gross. The lid won't stay on, and I have to keep it in a bag, and we won't talk about it. That's the shape my pink is in right now. We won't talk about it. Every time I clean it off and I put the lid on, it like expands. I don't know. There's something weird with this brand of paint. I'm not getting that brand again. But it's pink, and I want it. So I'm working with it, because I'm not wasting it, and I'm making it happen. until it's gone. Yeah. It's gross. Little paint can be so messy. The rest of my paint doesn't do this. I don't know. It's just this brand. I'm not buying this brand, whatever this brand is again. Yeah, I don't even know. I think I have a couple tubes of it, and I'm not happy with it. Like, yeah, this one's oozing too. I don't know. It's whatever this one is. I want to say it's like Master's Touch or something. Oh, God. It's sus. It's sus all the way around. We'll just leave it at that. It's just sus paint. Yeah. Stick with the brands that you know. Don't do that. Even the Bob Ross paint is better than that. And that to me is pretty generic, but it's pretty decent. I'm guessing they have a contract with one of the big companies for it or something. I'm just still mixing pink, by the way, until I get like this most beautiful, brightest shade. I have to put a lot of pigment into the white because the paint comes, that you see the bright color is just like completely translucent, so it doesn't show up at all unless I put white with it. That's the other problem I have with that paint is it's just, for painting hot pink and putting it on something, it's way too translucent. But yeah, there we go. It's actually brighter than it looks on the camera, to give you an idea. But there you go. You can see it for a second as I turned it. Yeah. Now I should go in and mix the other colors that I want. Streamer spends 1 hour mixing paint and talking about colors. I mean, it is an art stream. It's totally fair. Totally allowed. Mixing a couple other colors. Gonna mix with this purple. I don't know if I like that, but I'll keep it just in case. A wild Diglett. Can we talk about Diglett? Probably shouldn't. Y'all know the Scarlet and Violet version of Diglett? Well, there are just some Pokemon they should never make toys of. I'm just saying. They have a toy of it, and it is at the Pokemon Center. It's a plushie. Should I just... You know, I'm scared to even pull it up on stream. I feel like it's too sus for stream. If you're curious, go to the Pokemon Community Center and type in Diglett. It's just wrong on so many levels. Just dang. Yep. At least for American standards, right? Our culture's a pretty strict with that kind of stuff, you know? Compared to, I would say, European cultures. You're just leaving me alone. Because I keep up with it and it eventually goes to go anyway. It eventually ends up in my Pokemon Go. Don't be mean. Don't be mean. I do care. I love Pokemon. Let's see. But yeah, they'll have a new game out probably. Or are they doing just more DLCs this year? Are they gonna put out a new game in November? You know they always put out a game in November. You're keeping me TV Scarlet. That's fair. That's fair. I need to beat at least one of them. I will tell you, there was a time I used to play every game all the way through, every little detail of Pokemon, because it was the only game I owned for a whole year. So I played every single thing and every single part of it. But now that I have too many games with adult money to choose from, it's a problem. Adult money is the problem. Yeah. That's why I don't finish my games. So, yeah. I'm mixing all these beautiful colors. I realize as I'm scraping against my palette, I'm probably scraping a hole through the press and seal I have on here. More color. The second half of the DLC comes out this winter sometime. Oh, okay. So they're not doing a brand new one. And if they are, they're doing something else. I guess it's kind of nice they don't make you buy a whole brand new game each time now. I guess because it takes so long to develop. They need more time. Hello, Miss Rain. Thank you for scaring me. Welcome to the stream. Honestly, though, if it wasn't for all the technical issues and lack of voice acting, Scarlet and Violet could be one of the best Pokemon games ever. Same could be said for The Legend of Arceus. Yeah, I think I'm one of my favorites though was Let's Go Eevee. I just think one, it was kind of the one that set things in motion for this one, and it was just so unique at its time. But I love that one. But hi, Rain. You just woke up. Aw, I hope you had a lovely nap, Miss Rainy. Naps are lovely. Naps are beautiful. Okay, I'm making all the colors in case I need them. I think I need, I almost feel like I need some yellow, too. I did get out the yellow for a reason. Scent one! Welcome, welcome, welcome! The colors we're mixing on the palette. Getting ready. Getting ready. Welcome back, welcome back to another relaxing painting stream of me mixing colors. Oh, reminder, tomorrow night's movie night Discord, guys, if you want to join. Tomorrow night's movie night. I think I need actually two things of that. feel like we're gonna need so much white. For this ghosty ghost, I saw 2 red types and 2 blue type paints and a white type. Is that correct? Pretty much, yeah. There is, if I hold it the right way, there's the pink, and then purple, and then like a turquoise, and then a light blue, and then I'm about to mix a yellow, and probably not the green. I accidentally got the green out. Didn't need to get the green out. But yeah, 2 red types, 2 blue types. And white. You are correct. As may it be, this Pokemon is white. But in order to paint white, what do? You paint all the colors to get white. So, it is actually a very colorful Pokemon. And she has pink ears. Pink ears. Well, the insides of the ears are pink, I should say. Alright. I think we're good on the mixing of the paints. We have some white on the side reserved for later. Now it's time to pick out my brush. Which brush are we using? Because I just mixed some yellow. Ta-da! Figures. See, it's not wet yet, so I can like put that there. There you go. You can look at it first. It's done. That's it. I'm gluing that to the canvas. Just kidding. No. No. Oh, okay. See. No. So cute. What is it? Is that a camel? That's a cutie. Rain is a cute plushie. Bob Evans collection. The horse named Cinnamon. Cute. That makes sense with like the diamond of white on its forehead. I was like, I don't even know what I'm looking at. I'm terrible. Okay, we're gonna get some random brushes here. I don't know which ones I'm gonna use yet, but we're gonna get out all the brushes and colors because I feel like today we might use a lot of brushes. Because I might be picking up all the different colors, and if I do that, I like to like use one brush per color and just keep picking up that brush. This brush is sus. Get those. See a pattern here. That one's just. Some of our brushes are getting too old. Too old indeed. So. I'm just gonna do it. Go with it. Okay, I grabbed a whole bunch of brushes, and hopefully I have one. So put this back down there. Put the paint thing back under there. Says the horse they said, Dalton treated me yesterday morning to Bob Evans food, and I'm happy to have a new plushie to add. LL. Still on a piggy though. You don't want pigs. Oh no! says, "Hello, white can be defined in two ways, the art world way and the scientific way, LL." So yeah, I can see how white can be meeting all or some of the colors. Very true. Why not? Why not stuffed piggies? Would make you sad. Did you have a pet piggy once? I only want a piggy to add to my stuffy collection. Cannot have one in the apartment. Yeah, I hope you don't have a horse in your apartment either, because that would be weird. That would be weird. Reasoning I don't want pigs is I have seen what they ate when I raised them. This is true. They eat everything. And I mean everything. Including other livestock. We won't talk about it. I grew up around pigs too when I was young. It would be hard to sneak in a horse too. Well, except teeth. Oh, a stuffed animal collection. I still want a piggy. They can swallow them, but teeth are hard to digest. Yeah. I can imagine so. Okay. Still don't want. Understandable. BRB, okay. Alright, here goes. Here goes. Good luck. Wish me luck. I'm going to probably go open my studio door in a minute because of the odor, but I'm scared. This is the hard part. You start drawing it on and you're like, it's like everything gets real quick. Gets real quick. I feel like it's so perfect right now. I don't want to mess it up. Oh. Okay. Also, I'm gonna take these off for a bit. They squeeze into heads, so I'm gonna take off the ears. Ah, wish me luck. Alright, just do it. I want the ears to be super big. And they're gonna be super cute. So they're gonna be like this and like this. So we're just gonna start with the center. Maybe that's the wise part. And then kind of like draw a line up like where we want them. Even I get nervous. Go catch. Go take. I get nervous putting the paint on the canvas. Eevee makes me nervous. There. It's an alien. There we go. Done. Ta-da! We'll draw a pink one for a tail. Done! Whoa! Had to scare off the cats from scratching on the table. No, don't scratch on the table, kitty. Go use your scratching post. It looks kind of cool like that, not gonna lie. It looks kind of cool with just two antennas. Give it a tail antenna. Like it's got laser lights coming out of, or lightsabers coming out of its ears. I don't know. Lightsabers coming out of its ears. His brother knows better, but I guess in a way his cat's like me. Cat is like me. Yeah, if you have two, it seems like one follows the rule and the other doesn't every time he thinks you're not looking. It's like they know what the rules are, but it's whether they choose to follow them is another story. Alien ghost, that's what it looks like. It's not gonna be an alien ghost. It would be cool. So there we go. We're gonna have a ghost Eevee, a dragon Eevee, and then an alien form. But no, I think Espeon's shiny version is the alien form. I totally called mine like alien, my shiny Espeon, because it's that bright neon green, and I would put alien and gems and stuff. When I played Pokemon Go. It's so pretty. I forgot it's allowed to be translucent too. So it doesn't have to be like super visually clear either. And then kind of the head is tilted. I want the ears to curl a little bit. And have a curl to them. Or curve, I should say, not curl, but they're gonna have a curve to them. I made them super straight here, but you'll get the idea. A lot of pink. Why is my thing making me manually scroll? Is there a way to water it down without using water? Yes, there is. There is using mineral spirits. And but I still have to be careful with this very particular pink. And it's not too bright for the heart of the ears. And if you could actually see it up close, it's not as thick as you think it is. Don't know, maybe you do it too. That's so weird. It's making me manually like scroll here and there. Hi. And then I gotta stop being so perfect because this isn't perfect. The ears aren't supposed to be perfect. They're not supposed to be perfect. Ugh. But yeah, I use my forbidden pickle juice to thin out the paint. Forbidden pickle juice. I have my chat on scroll only, but that is only when chat is paused. Yeah. Yeah, it keeps auto pausing on my mod view, I guess you would say. Yeah. right? We just aren't scrolling through, right? I'm not even touching it. It shouldn't be doing that. It should just be doing its thing. So I can read it. But that's okay. That's what she said. Have you ever real life Caspian in your room? Right? I'm just kidding. Keeps touching my mouse wheel. While I'm trying to do things and stuff. It needs to cut it out. Ah, it looks creepy and cute and cute at the same time, yes. It's definitely gonna turn from creepy to super cute. Just saying. I liked having it creepy at first, kind of like you. It looked like a shiny Mew for the longest time, in my opinion. A shiny Mew cat. Because shiny Mew is like this kind of like color blue and kind of has those eyes. Kinda. And I feel like this is where it's gonna get fun and hard for me to do. Because it's fixing to change so much. It's fixing to change a lot. It would be cool if they did a Pokemon remake of Casper maybe, but with the evolved form of Eevee as the main character. That would be cute. That reminds me of the time years ago when I modded Left 4 Dead and we played Left 4 Dead. I wonder if there's a mod for Left 4 Dead where you could do Pokemon now. I bet there is. A while back, I modded Left 4 Dead and we played as My Little Ponies fighting zombies. And it was really cute. But if I could find a Pokemon mod, that would be cool. I bet there is one. I feel like I'm just like so painstakingly putting these little strokes on here, but I should just be like more free handing it because there's going to be so many of them. It even comes up like my idea is just to have lots of these little wispy things around the ears. Lots of wispies. I modded my Left 4 Dead. Had the opening as anime. Akame got killed and the zombies were stormtroopers from Star Wars. That is so cool. That is cool. That is cool. It's amazing what mods they have for that game. It's been some time since I did that, but I had so much fun doing that. Again, I don't really play spoopy games, but that was the way to make that game so much fun. You got, you know, they miss every attack, or were they better? Yeah, the stormtroopers shouldn't have been able to hit you very well. They should have been failing at that, like, every turn. They were easy to kill until the special zombie came. Oh no. Is that the crying witch zombie or whatever? Like, you don't wake her up, leave her alone, don't disturb her. God. That game would make me scream too. Just saying. That game would make me scream too. Which was Hastune Miku? I'm terrible with saying these names, but you know what would be funny? Having the stormtroopers and the red shirts from Star Trek, so when the stormtroopers shot the red shirts died, oh my god. Jockey was TD Kong, Hunter was Kaka from Blaze Blue, Smoker was Yoshi from Mario, Tank was Bane from Batman. You had it all mixed up! That was one whack mod. You had it all mixed up. I feel like I should have painted this ear first because now I'm gonna like... This is gonna be one of those pieces where I'm trying not to stick my fingers in it. I mean, that's why they give you long handles, is so you can stay back and you can like prop yourself up and paint like this. So you can like, I don't know if you can see that, but yeah, you can go like this and kind of like, you know, but it's too much work. Poke catch. Yeah, mask. I hope you're doing good, Shade. I hope you're doing good. Have you played any Genshin? Did you do any pulls for Fenty or Worthlessly? I don't know how to say his name. So it's Worthlessly? Did you get him? Did you do any pulls? I have not got either one. I did some pulls though. Just no luck yet. I think I'm going to make this little feather curl down that way. Call them feathers. They're kind of like feathery. It's kind of like a feathery Pokemon. I hope I'm saving for Hydro Archon since the last banner I pulled. Hutao. Nice. Yeah, I did not pull that one. Yeah. And whatever I paint on here today is basically a base coat for whatever I come back and paint the next day, because it's gonna be, I'll be able to make certain pieces brighter and certain pieces darker the next time. But you kind of get the idea. And we're gonna put so cute. I'm loving it. You guys have no idea. It's starting to look like what I wanted to. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. And I'm pretty happy with what I got so far. I'm just hoping I use all the colors I actually squeezed out. Maybe I'll cover it so it'll stay moist for the next time I come back to the. I think I'll do that. That way I don't have to remix them all again. I'll cover it with another piece of press and seal so it can stay nice and moist. Everyone's favorite word. Moist. Let's see. You know it, Shane. You know it. You hear it on every other stream out there. Moist. They're like, let's make everybody's feathers ruffle. And then that just completely unpainted what I painted. Let's undo what I did, just to redo it again. Mm-hmm. It's so cute. And then this is actually gonna start about right here. It's gonna have more of those shapy shapes. Call them shapy shapes. The feathers. Ghost leaf feather thingies. That's the official word. Ghost leaf feather thingies. They're kind of reminiscent of feathers, but also leaves, but mostly feathers. Kind of like the Last Guardian. You know how the Last Guardian had all those feathers all over his body, but yet it was kind of like fur at the same time, but yet it was feathers because he was, yeah, he was a four-legged feathered animal, but he actually flew. What if she should have little wings? Nah, it's a ghost. It doesn't need wings. It just flies. Ghosts don't need no wings. They don't need no stinking wings. I'm gonna stick with my original sketch. I put a lot of time and thought into the original idea. Artist, hello! Oh, it's time to end stream, guys. Time to end stream. Artist is here. Just kidding. Just kidding. You're early. Welcome, artist. Yeah, you're early. You're totally early. I'm not going anywhere. I just had to. Good stream, good stream. Good to see you. Thank you. And yeah, we're gonna. I know, I tend to always catch the end of stream, right? It's okay. Life, things, stuff. Everybody's dealing with things and stuff in life. Movie night tomorrow. Yay! Movie night tomorrow. Thank you for the lurk, Matthew. That is cute. Shy peek. Cute, cute, cute. We're all actually going to watch a movie this time. If Rain wakes up in time from her nap, yes. Yes. If not, we can play some games. But yeah. Poor Rain. Oh, look at that Kirby. It's blue. He's frozen. Somebody warm up that Kirby. I did not wake up from my nap in time. Yeah, Yeah, Rain, wake up from your nap. Don't hug me. I'm scared. What? What? Hug? Who hugged who? I don't even know. There. Hug. Send one gets the hugs. Shade gets the boop. Kisses go to Michigan. I licked myself. There you go. Splashes artist. Woo! And what else haven't I hit? Rar. Birds hit one's booty. I hate water, ironically. Aww, what do you drink? What do you drink mostly? I apparently kiss and lick myself. There we go, artist. Ow. I was trying to like get somebody beside myself, but I finally did, so we're good. We're good. I'm gonna quit now. If we can get hugs. Well, I can hear it with them. Well. That just happened. Well. Water is evil. Since when? I love water. As, you know, water pops into stream, probably, you know. Water is good for us. Wait for her to pop into stream any second as I say that. Splashed in like tonight, I'm feeling lucky. Yeah. Poor Rain's not so lucky. Sus. Of course, sus is the best way to be. Oh, it's a cute dragon. Cute little fire dragon. It's cute. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. It's Rain. Anna Ramos. Thank you. It's another Rain. Rainy Ramos. I don't know if I said it right, but welcome, and thank you for the follow. I'm trying to gather the energy to clean and take test tonight. Ooh, test. Gross. Imposter. You were Lady Rain. It's all good. Not an imposter. Oh, yes. How do we know you're not the imposter? Kirby eating. What is Kirby eating? Pancakes. Pancakes. Maybe this rain will be on time. Ah, poke food doesn't exist. Let me drive over to her and I'll let you know. Okay. Pokeball. Poke catch. There you go. Perfect. Ta-da! You got it. You're out of practice there. Togepi. Jeff, what the riots? I'm listening, Jeff. I'm listening. Just for that. Nope. I was trying to burn Jeff, and Artist jumped in front to protect him. Hi. Like fire too. To Jeff Papa! Yes, Jeff Papa. Welcome, Jeff. How goes it? How goes things and stuff? Don't forget tomorrow's movie night if you're around tomorrow. Yes, little skeleton Gengar. I use fire for showers instead of fire. Like Daenerys? Oh no. Just gonna burn all the filth off my body. Yep. I feel like it has a beard right now. It looks like some kind of chihuahua with a beard. It's gone from evil cat to chihuahua. It's not a chihuahua, I promise. Yes, all the Halloween emotes. Also, guys, if you do exclamation hype, you will see my Halloween emotes. Tomorrow is Kayobe, Kayobe. I can't say it. The Day of Fire. Nice. Very great pick, though. Yeah. Your chihuahua is evil. You do tell us of your evil chihuahua. The deeds of your chihuahua. Does your chihuahua attack on command? All ankles. Okay, this is too fat. Tuesday. Tuesday is. Okay. Yay! I think you can do exclamation hype too, Matthew, and you could use all of them that way because the bot does it for you and the bot's subscribed. But yeah, you have access to 2 of them because of the channel. But you can do all of them through exclamation hype because the bot does it. Coyote. Coyote? Coyote? Okay. I need my head to stop hurting. Yes. Yay! Coyote. Coyote. You got candy? Oh no! It's a trap. He's got a van too. Just say it, Jeff. He's got a van and candy. Just kidding. It's a trap. We won't talk about it. Shh. Van with 4K TV. Yes. Sus. I got BK in my chicken sandwich. It is so salty that even I'm appalled by it. How did they make a salty chicken sandwich? I like the BK chicken wraps. I like the BK chicken sandwich. It's this white stuff, salty mayo. Oh yeah, their mayo is pretty salty, now that I think about it, but I do like their chicken sandwiches though. That's probably why, because I like salt as well. I probably eat way too much of it. Sus, Michigan is the sus mayo more like it. Oh no. Shade's rolling his eyes like, oh. What kind of sus mayo, Shade? Look. Lies. I also got one of those ghost pepper whoppers. I was so excited to try. Oh, was it good? Allies and facts. Oh, don't they have the ghost pepper french fries too? Are those any good? Did you try the french fries? My hair is like all over the place today. Ghost pepper whopper was good. Oh, you had one of those too? I don't know. I haven't tried it yet. Yeah, they had the fries too. So if you try those, you have to let me know. Okay, I need to make this a little bit darker as much as I don't want to. It needs to be a little darker. I got candy, Matthew. Just hit me up. That's a no. I'm good. Almost told me don't take candy from sus people. My mom always told me don't take candy from sus people. She taught you well. She taught you well. I want some candy. I don't want to watch 4K TV. Please, can I? No, but your mom said it's okay this time. I have to leave for work in about 10 or 15 minutes. Okay, well, good luck at work. And I hope your night goes by fast. To the Batmobile! That's cute, little running emo. Cute. See, earlier we had everybody in chat was red, and now everybody in chat's like blue or purple. Oh yeah, earlier everybody was red and pink, and now everybody's blue and purple. So everybody was shades of red earlier. Now everybody's shades of purple and blue. And you're green. Artist stands out the most. Artist stands out the most. I can see artist. Everybody else is sus and all blended together. Sent one. Oh, sent one's back with red. Rude. Oh, Lady Rain's red. Green too. I'm still red. Yep. I have green too. Yes, you do. You have very, very bright green. Welcome back, my colorful folks. Now we have all the colors in chat again. I'm getting the new Spider-Man soon. Oh yeah, Spider-Man 2. I forgot that was announced. I bet there's a lot of people excited about that. Are you getting that one, Shade? I bet Shade's here. I bet he's getting that one. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet Shade is getting Spider-Man? I'm gonna guess and say that Shade is gonna get Spider-Man. If he's still here lurking and listening. Hope you feel better soon, artist. Gosh, he's green? I'm so confused. Oh my god. Mono got it. I was like, wait, is she sick? I was like, well, she does have a migraine or a headache. And she's fine with that, so. Kind of, but not the same kind, yeah. I am, for one, enjoying the new Super Mario Brothers Wonder. Did you get it? Did you get it? I heard people were playing it today. I got pizza. Want some? Nothing will happen. You share pizza with Michigan? I do, and I feel like I was run over by a truck when I got up this morning. Oh no! Nice. Nice, Jane. Not artist. Artist getting run over by a truck is no fun. Yeah, there's a lot of people sick right now. I don't want it. You guys keep it. I don't want it. I don't want it. I'm so sore. Oh no, we're marking out? I'll be there in 5 minutes. Oh, well, I'm glad you're actually feeling better now. Ugh. You guys. You guys. And oh. Ghost looking freaking awesome. Thank you. I don't get sick and weird. Michigan, you're lucky. You help someone pack a move on Saturday and Sunday? Oh, geez. Yeah, that'll wear you out. Eevee! Charmander! That'll do that. Reverse! Relax! Didn't like that. I got a dragon emote holding a Pokemon card. Ah, that's cute. That is cute. He's like, ah, which one did I get? I took another bite of the sandwich and I'm now regretting it. No! Wild Graniados. Granados. Granidos. Words. Words are hard. I like I can paint the points on this side, no problem. Painting the points on this side is not working, and I'm getting frustrated with my ability to paint the tips of these points. Because it's like, why? Why am I doing so good on one side of the canvas, but not on the other? Here we go, okay. Now if I fuss at myself, now I'm doing better. That's the key, gotta fuss at myself. And I don't know why I'm so worried about it, because I'm sure I will change them again. And now I'm gonna mess up on the points on this side. That's okay. It's probably because I don't paint points with a round brush. I paint them with a flat brush. Does that make me a weird artist? See, look. I paint with these flat brushes. Let's see if you can see that. More than here. Kinda. You can kind of see it, but it's not the round brush. Here's a round brush. And this brush is flat and squared off. Hold on. Maybe if I hold it back up to the canvas again. Yeah, you can see it better that way. It's a flat, kind of skinny and flat. Fat brushes can be fun. I do it too. It depends on what I want to do. Yeah, it's kind of like being able to use like a calligraphy brush or something. Dang, those eyes got so big on the screen. Artist, did you see that? Those eyes went. How did they have that effect? I don't know. Maybe all the emotes have that effect, but because it was the eyes, it looked weird. Okay, gonna start getting ready for work now. Okay, Jeff, thank you for the lurk. Who lives off of ramen packets and potato chips finds it way too salty? Yeah, this is weird. You eat nothing but salty stuff. Fine from that, you're really worried about getting sick, recovery from this dizziness, lightheadedness I'm feeling. Aside from that, I'm fine in the health aspect of life. Good. I'm glad you're healthy. 10 points if you can guess what region it's from. Oh. Region? I'm gonna say it's black and white gin, whatever region that is. I'm gonna guess black and white. I'm sure I'm guessing it wrong, Shane. Well, let's see. Kratos, come back here. Yeah, nobody caught? No. Oh, Sidwin caught it. Sidwin caught Kratos. Congrats. Flat brush is gonna be fun. Depends on what I want to do. Okay, gonna start. Would use a flat brush myself. Nice. Sidwin, do you do art? Do you do art? Jeff, go ahead. He's getting work. Yes, work. Gross. Later, man. Trying to catch up. Aw, the little kitties. Sleepy kitty. Sleepy kitty. Soft kitty. From Shino? Incorrect. Which gen is that? I know Gen's better than I do. So Gen 4? I don't even know. I was gonna be my first guess was Gen 4, and then I changed it to black and white, which I think is what, Gen 5? Because that's your favorite. Black and white is your favorite gen, so I was going off what your favorite was versus my first guess. Never finding love? Newfoundland llamas? Gen 5 is Aloha. Gen 5 is you know what? Okay. Never forgot Larry. No, I used to paint brushes to write Hebrew with along with a fountain ink. Oh, that's cool. So you use fountain pens? I know nothing. Rain? I don't know rain either. Shane Hush, I started with Go, lol. Not for Lady NFL. I get there's just I mean, let's be real. There's what? What's the newest number of Pokemon? It's gotta be over 1,025 now. I know we have the Pokemon count in here, and I'm sure it's off. Because they keep adding to it. Nope. What was our command for the Pokemon count? Pokedex. Maybe it was Pokedex. No. I think the Pokemon games get in the way. I love Gengar so I can start my revenge. having a Pokemon boom that said I had all 500 Pokemon, and I felt like a baddie carrying that around. Right? I had all the Pokemon at one time. One time, not anymore. But no, I had a Pokemon counter in here somewhere. I don't remember what we call it. Yay! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Thank you for the drink water and welcome to the stream, Jay. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Ghost Eevee painting. Yeah, I don't remember what the command is. It's in here somewhere. Under all 50 million commands I have. It's being sus right now though, because it's only telling me I have one command. Let's see. I'm trying to see if I can see it quickly, but I doubt it. You know, I could just pull up. Nope. You know, it's not going to be on this list. There are 1,021 species? Dang. I was close. It's at 125. I don't see it. Don't see it, don't see it. I thought we had made one. Maybe I dreamed it. By the time we get the next DLC, there may be 1025 right? Alright. I'm gonna call it I made one because I don't remember what the other one is. What? It does exist. It's gonna fight the bot. the command. Don't even. It's because it starts with the word poke. Edit. You also don't exist anymore. Fungus Among Us Thursday. Oh, jeez. Are you playing Fungus Among Us on Thursday? But there's only 251 Pokemon. No, 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 no. Sads. Let's see. Those Dittos. Shiny Ditto. Okay, there's clown Piplups. Matthew, you're gonna get banned. We don't want to see any clown Piplups. Just kidding. Clown Piplups? No! No, no, no. I've been excited for that whole month now. Is that an Emma thing? Carnage? Oh, you're just doing random emotes. I'm so confused, Jeff. You're confusing me. Among Us. Yes. Jeff is confusing. They're dropping a new map. Okay, well that makes sense then. Okay. I was like, what are you talking about? Okay. Said it like 3 times. I didn't see anything about a new map. Not once. See. You said it like 3 times. Well, it didn't show up in my chat. You just keep saying Fungus Among Us, and you're excited for a month now, and Thursdays. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. You gotta go to work? Alright, Jeff. Have fun at work. Good luck at work. I am going to open this door because the fumes are crazy. Too many paint fumes from the paint thinner. So don't exist anymore. A wild phantom appeared. Guys, poke catch if you want to see it up. Poke catch. Alright. Back to paintings. Ghost Eevee, because I'm not getting much accomplished. I'm not gonna make my deadline. I might have to throw in an extra stream just to get Ghost Eevee done. My goal is to get Ghost Eevee done this month, but guys, by the way. You need Phantom to go? Aww. I have Punkaboo. I don't know if I have Phantom or not. See, I need chat, like, right here while I paint, like, right beside me, so I can, like, stay focused on the canvas. And still, you know, talk to you guys at the same time. How did I do this the other day? I, like, literally stayed, like, facing forward and then just kind of reached over and painted red the whole time. I don't know. Maybe I did that. I'm gonna have, like, a kink neck. Gonna have a kinky neck. Ciao. Next up. You're not here anymore, remember? Sus. Sus. Sus, you're not here anymore, remember? You're like gone to work. I bet you're still on your way. Shh. I bet you're still on your way. I'm guessing you start in like 45 minutes. I haven't put my shoes on yet. Oh my gosh. Slow. Slow, slow, slow. Okay, so now we're gonna come in here. And I feel like there should be some darker stuff happening in there, and I don't have dark enough for that. So. Me proceeds to get out like 50 million paintbrushes, and then I'm gonna go all night using one brush. I get out like all these. To be fair, some of these I got out to soak because they're not working anymore. So I'm gonna be letting them soak while I do this. They're not working. It's also 39 out. Brr! Too cold. Matthew, can Jeff borrow your cozy snuggy thingamajig you got on there? Because he's going out in the cold. Let's get a little bit of depth. Everyone got quiet at the same time. I'm scared. Is chat not scrolling again? It was doing that earlier. It stopped scrolling and I had to like manually scroll it. You're distracted by Pokemon Go. Okay. Rain, I have a confession. I have this new game that a friend showed me. So, oh my gosh, they got me distracted. It's called Egg Inc. It's chickens. You raise chickens. The only catch is it's basically Cookie Clicker, but in chicken version. You have it! I'm hooked on this crazy mobile app. I should stream this one day for you guys. I'm like, what the heck? I'm like raising chickens. And it's a cookie clicker game. So yeah. Cookie clicker game. And you click on it. There. Maybe. You click on it. And you raise all these little chickens at one time. Or now I've got it to the point that I can hold it. And then, yeah. And you just keep upgrading your barns and your hatchery and your trucks. You keep making money. And you keep unlocking all these things. And it's super freaking addictive. And I can't stop. I'm telling you guys. It's great. It's great. Maybe I should get it on my iPad and stream it. I got pretty freaking high up. Nice. So does it make you make a new farm like every time that dumb egg appears and it's like, oh, you get to start over? And I'm like, what? What if I don't want to start over? Somehow I've got blue paint all over my fingers and all over my arm and the process of picking up my phone. How do you make the little egg thing go away then? You get a bonus to make more profit. I just feel like it does it too fast. It's like I'm not ready yet. So I'm like holding off, but I guess. I don't know. I just upgraded my buildings again. Yeah, I will definitely show this game to you guys sometime because it's addictive. As much as I do cookie clickers, I wait until I can't make more progress. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I feel like. I feel like I'm making so much progress, I don't want to switch it. Because I get it's like the Ascension and Cookie Clicker. But I'm just not ready to ascend yet. I'm obsessed with being able to hold down though, or just click and get all the chickens to just run. Just like, run chickens, run! You just hold it down. Hold. Army of chickens. Yeah. There we go! A lot of chickens! They're just like endless. Oh, and there's drones flying around if you wonder what those are. Apparently you have drones. And then the trucks come and get the eggs. And you upgrade your trucks. And then the money guy, what do you call that? The armored vehicle comes and drops a box of money off in the front of your driveway. Like, that's safe. You tap the drones to get extra stuff? I didn't know that! I just been letting them fly around. Okay, Jeff. Have a good, safe walk. Talk to you later. Enjoy work. Okay, now I'm gonna be looking at those because I did not know you could do that. Okay, it's good to know. I would take a crate full of cash, but I prefer a crate full of gold bars. Yes. Well, considering I'm already making 33, like $1 billion a second, we're not doing too bad. That's a lot of money to be dropped in my driveway. It should be gold bars at this point. No! I missed the drone. Jeff is cozy. I wanna paint. I know, right? Blame the chickens. Blame the chickens. And now I'm trying to catch drones in my rain. Okay, yes, I'm done. I will show you guys this later. Back to painting, and as I try to remember what color I have on my brush. My brush has this color. I gotta do this. Don't ask. And this. I'm gonna start getting paint all over my hands in a minute. Just watch. Heck, I would take 20 dump trucks full of gold bars. Yeah. You can deliver my gold bars here. And then let's see. I think in the end it's gonna be harder to make this thing transparent than I thought because I just want to put in so much detail. But we'll see. I'm using the same colors as the backgrounds, if nothing else, is giving it more of that appearance that he or she's blending in. It's so pretty. I love it, love it, love it. Wild Litwick. Litwick, Rain, Litwick. I don't own that ball. Ooh, because it won't let me buy any. What the heck is going on with my camera? Stop! Holy cow, camera! Stop! I don't like that. Now it's being good. Mmm. Sent one call Litwick. I was denied. No Litwick for me. Right? Yeah, my camera's not supposed to be set to autofocus. It's supposed to be set to focus just on the canvas, but I don't know what it was doing. I'll have to look at it. I bet there's some settings still. Weird. Right? Camera's being rude. Definitely. I probably missed one setting somewhere in the 50 auto focus settings. Stop! Jeez, camera. Alright, we're gonna have a talk with the camera real quick. Camera, stay right there. Focus right there. Don't move. Okay? Thank you. Maybe that'll do it. Hold it where to focus. By pushing a button. See if it works. But yes, thank you guys for the retweets. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for all the things and stuff. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The Halloween update for Pokemon Go is so cute. All the ghost types and the Pokestops are orange instead of blue. Is this different than the one they've had for the last couple days? The one with the bales of hay and stuff? Like bales of hay and things like that when you go to... I bet they've been orange. I just haven't paid attention. Oh, there's a ghost one! Ghastly. Oh, I didn't realize the jack-o'-lanterns glow at night. Yeah, on the catch screen. And they glow at night. I didn't realize that. I guess I've only been playing a day. Oh, there's also a Prime Redemption, by the way. In Pokemon Go, if you have Amazon Prime, there's a redemption for it. Slowly work on it, LOL. It's dumb. Lunchables thing. Don't want to do that. Okay. Catch all the dark types. That's what she said, right, Rain? She's gonna be like, Mono, stop playing your kids and paint. Okay, okay, okay. I blame you. I blame you. I blame you. Apparently, it's the first time I've opened Go today. Alright. What do I want this tail to look like? Trying to remember. Yes, like this. This is what I want my tail to look like. My tail will be wispy and beautiful. Do the tail a little bit. It's going to have a short tail. It's okay. It's going to be cute. Short, wispy tail. I want to change the angle though. I do a little. I want it to be Hello! Welcome, Hello! How goes it? How goes it? You working again tonight, Hello? Or do you finally have the day off? How's everyone doing tonight? Ooh, drink water. Thank you. Water is awesome. No, I have tonight off. Yay! You're off tonight. You're free. Finally. I'm tired and sick, sadly. No! I hope you feel better soon. I feel like a lot of people are getting sick. It's like the changing in the weather and stuff. Lots of sick feelings. I think honestly my whole house is sick, but it's not the big C. Yeah, it's just that time of year. Season changes and colds. It looks so cool, transparent. I need to paint more transparent stuff. Also, my wife was talking to me, but I did a hydrate in case I missed it. Yes. Hydrate, I'll hydrate again. Oh. Thank you. I try to drink one of these a day, and I'm actually behind, so you're helping me. And I also had hot tea earlier. Sweetheart, Nika, hi, Afro, welcome. I should start drinking some hot tea. Yes, I had hot tea. I had it earlier, and then I had some this morning. Trying to drink more hot tea and less coffee. Like, drink green tea and stuff, because it's better for me. This is actually cool. His tail reminds me of like a lotus flower. My Italian blood tells me not to drink tea, drink more coffee. Right? I'm only trying to figure out food that won't make me sick, so I might be in and out for a bit. Yeah. If you got anything like, bread, plain pasta, potatoes, think bland. Bland and something that will absorb. Might help hollow. Clauncher. Focaccia, saltines. I'm good, my friend. Just jamming on my iTunes and playing Fortnite. What's your favorite skin you're sporting right now in Fortnite? What skin are you wearing? What are you into? I love the painting. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know for a while they had like a what? Was it a Dragon Ball Z skin that I kept hearing about? Jack Skeleton? Nice. That would get artists' attention. So even though I don't play Fortnite, I mean I've played it like once, but I like to hear about what skins they have. See, Clauncher's been co-op. I sent one in Hollow. Dang. Denied. You won't let me have it. I may already own it. I don't know. I usually don't have time to check and see what I own. Occasionally I'll look after stream and like, you know, do a wonder trade or something, but I probably have like bunches of extras just because I catch everything usually. I don't have time to do the poke check things. You can check and see if you already have it, and I just catch it. I can cash it out, you know? You should paint an anime NECA girl. That would be cool. That would be cool. I usually always do Pokemon. I think it's because I don't have a lot of confidence when it comes to people and anime characters. I can't like get the faces right. But you know, practice makes perfect, and that's part of it. If I practice more, I could probably do it. I tried drawing them on a tablet for a little bit, but you know, that's one of those skills that everybody that's been drawing them on a tablet has done it for years. I don't know what the poke catch generic command uses. I think it uses whatever you have. I think it'll use everything you have. And I don't know if it uses it randomly or what it does. That's a good question. If you find out, let me know. I think you do fine. I believe in you and your art talents. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I try my best. Okay, so we're gonna come over here, grab some more of this color. I'm missing the pink. It needs more of that back in it. Does not use special balls? Oh, cool. I didn't know that. I always figured it did. I was always afraid. It's just using whatever I have. I wonder if there's a way to like set it to use certain things or if it just... Okay. I think I know how to... I want to go back and make... I have a list of special ones and I have only been using Pokeballs. Once the Pokeballs run out, it tells me I don't have that ball. Okay. I'm buying like 100 at a time though. Dang. Get them all. wonder if I can go back and make some of these feathery wisp transparent. I think I can. It's like erasing the paint with mineral spirits. In order to make them transparent, because it's oil paint and it hasn't truly had time to dry like completely yet, so it's just kind of washing it off, making some of them more transparent on the end. Okay, be right back. Thank you for the lurk, Shane. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's so cool. It's working. And then like in the earpieces. Even though this is still the base coat, if I don't feel like if I don't erase bits of it now, it won't look right. Because I love how the tail looks erased. It doesn't even have to be all of it, just little pieces. Because I can add the pieces that are transparent too later. It's so pretty. Welcome, Mandor. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hi, KimonoKat. What you painting? I am painting my variation of a Ghost Evolution Eevee. So it is an Eevee, and if Eevee had a ghost evolve, this is what it's gonna be. Big eyes, transparent, fluffy, kind of feathery, leafy, so it kind of has, of course with the big eyes, it has the tendency of a night animal. Big eyes, and then it's gonna have big ears. So I'm starting to think the ears aren't quite big enough yet, but we'll get there. Ads. It says you're on ad break. So I will give it a second, just to make sure you can hear me. I think Game Freak made it be a lavender color. Maybe. But then there's already Espeon that's kind of a lavender pink color. But yeah, right, because Gengar's lavender. Oh, I forgot about Espeon. Then again, it'd probably be a light indigo color. Yeah, and I'm making it pretty much white with a... It's gonna have a lot of other colors in each little piece. So if you look at my palette, this is all the colors I plan on using on it, but mostly white, but it's gonna have like the highlights, the turquoise and the pinks and the purples and the yellows. So mine's gonna be pretty much yellow and transparent. I mean, white and transparent. I didn't say yellow. Look at... I don't think I have that one yet. I'll try to catch it. Well, let's see. You know, I didn't know if you could hear me because it says ads are rolling, but I guess because you just joined it, it made you suffer through the ads. I painted stuff on, and basically now I'm trying to like wash away part of it to make it transparent. And this is just day one of the details, so there'll be more layers on this transparent Pokemon, and I still gotta do more detail of the feathery pieces. And I feel like the ears are too small now, looking at it. It's kind of got the body of Jolteon, and you know, kind of reminiscent of Leafeon and Flareon. It's kind of reminiscent of those three, with the fire, the leaves, and you know, the body shape of Jolteon. Again, Vaporeon and Glaceon are pretty similar in terms of color. Yeah, they are. Yeah! Caught a Pokemon. I think that's the first one I've caught tonight. Maybe. Did I catch any more than that? I don't think I did. I think Scent One's been catching them all. But how are you? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. Make that more transparent right there. Although it makes sense for Vaporeon and Glaceon to have similar colors since their typings are also similar. Yes, water and ice. Mm-hmm. Does make sense. One is just a frozen version of water, which makes it a little bit lighter in color. Ice. So in theory, would a ghost type evolution be technically similar to Espeon and Umbreon with a mix of maybe Litwick? Could be. Could be Espeon and Umbreon's kind of colors and but more like Litwick, which would make it more white. Also, I'd like to see what the flying type and steel type evolution. How do you think about flying and steel? I was thinking dragon next. I could see steel type looking really close to like Skarmory and maybe like something between Skarmory and Carbonite. And then it would kind of be like more like Umbreon. I feel like this is gonna take me more streams than I planned because I'm taking painstaking detail. My goal was to have this finished in like one more stream, but I think it's gonna need more than that. I think it's gonna need maybe I can do it in 5 streams. This is the 3rd stream. But I'm just really starting the focal point of the painting. The ghost evolution. Which we're still taking votes on the name of that, which speaking of evolutions, if a Vaporeon were real, would you own one as a pet? Probably not, because it has to be in water all the time, you know? Like, you'd have to live near the ocean or keep it in the tub. I don't know. I feel like you would have to be near water to be happy. I would think I would own like an Espeon or Umbreon first, because they're not going to catch the house on fire, electrocute you, soak everything. Espeon's just going to make stuff float around and get to the snacks that it shouldn't be getting to. I don't know. Well, Leafeon would be so cute. Leafeon would be easy. Leafeon would probably be the safest one, you know? Just blends in with your house plants. If anything, it's probably wanting to root itself in your plants or something. Leafeon was my favorite for a long time. Now I don't really know who my favorite is. I feel like they're all so unique and I like each of them. It just depends on what day it is and what I'm thinking about. For a long time I went through the phase of really liking Umbreon and Espeon. But more of as like a pair. You would love to have a Vulpix or Ninetales. Flareon would be handy during brutally cold winter months. I feel like you would accidentally catch your house on fire, though. You'd be like, oops! There goes my house again. Be like, dang it, Flareon. Definitely would be good in cold places, though. Especially if it stayed cold 24, 365 days of the year, 24/7. Flareon would definitely be your best friend. Put the Flareon in the fireplace, right? And a Glacier would be handy during a scorching hot summer. Oh yeah. Cool off any drink instantly. They would have all good uses. Flareon, Leafeon would be cute though. I agree. Alright, do you want to hear my morbid story about how you get a brick evolution? I just said it. A Ghost Evolution Eevee. My morbid story behind the Ghost Evolution Eevee is most Eevees need like a stone or friendship or whatever. Poor Ghost Eevee just had an encounter with a brick, so poor thing. It just takes a brick. That's all you need. You don't need a firestone, water stone, anything like that. You just need a brick. Poor baby. Then you end up with a ghost type. I just threw my paintbrush. Geodude. Yeah. He had a bad encounter with a Geodude. Was the brick thrown at the Pokemon or did it eat the brick? It definitely, I don't think you die. Well, you could die from eating your brick. It's definitely left up to the imagination. Although some of those Pokemon stories are pretty morbid. So, you could go there. A real angry Rhydon? Yeah. Could be a poisonous brick if they brick. Oh, it could just be like a poison berry or something too. That would be like more realistic to like Pokemon. It ate a certain kind of poison berry or something. Poisoned brickberry. Yes, that's what we'll call it. Poisoned brickberry. It's a berry that is brick in color and porous, but berry shaped. Yeah. And there's like this one whole area of the forest that has nothing but ghost Eevees because they all ate the same berries. I really wish I could have seen your earlier streams so I could have witnessed the process of this art. Yeah, you can see a little bit of it right there in that photo, and then I have one more photo. That's what it looked like the second stream when I ended. We were calling it a shiny Mew cat. A shiny Mew cat is what he looked like before. And so shiny Mew cat. And that was the first stream. That was the first stream. That was the second stream. And this is the third stream. So we're on stream number 3, and I think I'm gonna need 5 to complete it. But you're more than welcome to go back and watch them, and eventually I post them to YouTube as well if you prefer to watch on YouTube. They'll be posted to YouTube next week. I have them all scheduled out already. Which image is the mirror image? What? The mirror image? I mean the little tiny image? The little tiny one's the second one. That's the first. Like the white of the canvas was the first one. Oh, the past image is on the right. Like the Eevee? The Skitty? Pikachu? Chicken nugget in a field? Or by a creek? Drifloom! I asked because the small pictures are facing the opposite direction of the current video footage. Oh, that was probably my phone. Now that I think about that, that's probably my phone. Because I was sharing it, so yeah. Yeah, I need to flip those. I wonder if I can flip those in here. Transform. Flip. There we go. Transform and flip. Thank you. I didn't even realize that. There, now they're all the same direction. There we go. Now I kind of have it as what it was looking like. I don't want to like cover up the Pokemon spawn here. There, so we're gonna cover up the art a little bit. You liked how they were facing the other direction? Well, you know, I don't know which direction it really is. For me, looking at the canvas, the head is on the left. So I think it is the other direction. Maybe the photo is the correct direction and my video camera's flipped. Now you really got me thinking about it. Because the head is on the left and the tail is on the right. But in the video, it's left and right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's flipped. It's flipped, you're right. The camera's flipped. In order for you guys to see what I see, the camera's flipped. Let me see if I can flip the camera. Now I'm curious. Arcane property is transform. Of course it won't let me. It's marked out for some reason. Dang thing. I remember this for some reason this camera has extra pain in the butt and doesn't want to flip or do anything. But yeah, the image projection is flipped. They face the same direction, which is right for me. Yeah. That's because these were correct until I fixed them. Oop. Because that's the actual direction. The little photos are the correct direction. The stream, the live stream is the wrong direction. Yes, camera is named Karen. Oh, why, Karen? Why? Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, and it just won't even look at it. I can go to transformation and flip horizontal is dimmed out. I'm like, no, you doing this to me. Let's see. Properties. Configure device resolution. Is there any other option to flip it? Oh, I can flip vertically. That's probably gonna mess everything up. Why can't I flip horizontally? Let's see. I don't want to flip it upside down. To me, the little photos basically show the aspect of what a picture could look like as if it was painted that way. It is that way, though. That makes sense to you. Yeah, the video footage is the mirror image. Which is funny, because when I pull up the properties, it looks correct. Huh. Well, that's something for me to figure out another day, because that's going to drive me nuts now. Yeah, that's going to drive me nuts. I want to flip it, but I'm not flipping it vertical, because that would look like, you know, I didn't even do that. Mm. Oh well. Of course our minds see everything upside down in our characters. That's okay. No need to stress yourself out over small stuff. Yeah. I do though. I'm like, I'll probably be up like fighting with this now. Be like, why is this thing backwards? It's been backwards this whole time and I didn't pay attention. Yeah, because this is the left side of the canvas when I'm looking at it. And this is the right side. And it's totally flipped. And then you would think I would be facing this way. I'll be patient until you're able to properly get everything together. Yay! And I'm sure all my online posts have it the right way too, because the photos have it the right way. Oh, it's getting there slowly. Slowly but surely. Alright, let's put more fur on this body. Also, when I first saw this art, I thought you were painting a picture of a cat. It does kind of look like a cat. And the ears need to be bigger, to be fair. But I'm gonna flare those out. It's gonna have like more uh flamboyant, flowy pieces. Painting you see getting painted is not facing the right way. This is the only warning you get. Unless you look at the little tiny photos, then you're gonna have an idea. You thought Eevee and his evolutions were bunny rabbits? Aww. Bunnies are cute. Alright, let's put in some more detail. On the furs. All the fur. In fact, Eevee is actually based on a fox. That's what I figured. It's not really a cat or a dog. I wasn't positive. I was like, I should look that up since I'm painting Eevee. I should look and see what it's based on, but with its ears and its white tip of its tail, it's almost a given that Eevee itself is a fox. You know, in its first evolve. I mean, its first form, not evolve, but its first form. Wait, what? I thought Vulpix was based on a fox. I thought it was better because the ears are low, but I guess the white tip on the tail, you know. Yeah, Ninetales is like fox, but I mean Vulpix is a fox, but Ninetales is more of, you know, legendary beast than a fox too. But yeah, it is a fox. What do they call it? Koriyama. I forget how you say it in Japanese. Yeah, Kitsune. But then the Ninetales have a different name too, or maybe I'm just thinking of Naruto. A mini horse or mini pony. I mean, I wouldn't mind. I think my next scheduled painting of this or stream for this painting is. Let me look at my schedule real quick. I'm wondering if I can squeeze in another day somewhere because of. I think I'm gonna need more time just to look. Tomorrow night is movie night in my Discord, so we'll not be live tomorrow night. And then I don't usually stream on work nights, but I don't know. I might stream Wednesday or Thursday if I'm up for it. Otherwise, I'm not scheduled again until Friday. Not scheduled again until Friday to work on it, but I think I need to squeeze in one more night in there somewhere. So it'll be Wednesday or Thursday. In that sense, Ninetales could be a horse of some form and a Vulpix. Could be. I mean, I guess it's open to the interpretation of the original creator of Pokemon, you know? And then everybody else, we just kind of guess. So I don't know. Nickit! I didn't even try to get to Nickit. I missed Nickit. Oh well. I wasn't paying attention. a look at Eevee's feet. What do Eevee's feet look like? Oh, they're just cute little round nubs. Those are cute compared to what I'm doing. I don't think I want to draw the toes. Not like that detail, because I feel like the toes just makes it look weird. I think I'll just draw like the little, just like I did on my Eevee painting. The little foot. The little foot. This is true. Well, the Ninetales definitely comes from the legends of way beyond Pokemon. And a lot of Japanese things are based on lore and legend. Here's a little bit of the lore. It says a lot of culture history is based on lore stories. Some could be true, some could just keep people from doing bad things. This is true. I think it's just interesting. There you go. That is pretty cool. And that. And that. And that. Dark in here. It's starting to define the shape of the feet a little bit, but I'm not too worried about it too much yet. Just trying to make the legs look more like legs. Go in for these. Add a little bit of color, but I want to still keep them. Translucent where I can. Okay, so go this way. That's looking so cool. Brush, 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 brush. I feel like these touches are going to be harder to go back and do later. It's best if I do it now. The edge is the translucent edges. Need more liquid. Love it. The ears definitely gotta be bigger though when I'm done with it, because I feel like it looks too much like a dog at this moment. It's not gonna look like a dog when I'm done. I know something to be cute to make it more fox-like. You know, we said the tip of the tail is a different color on the Eevee. What if we added just a little bit of that pink back into just the ends of those pieces? I love that. Just to match the ears. Yeah. To match the ears, it's got that little bit of pink in here happening just to kind of remind you that Eevee's tail is two-toned. Yeah. I feel like I could spend, if I really was dedicated, I could spend weeks on this painting and do all the details just like endlessly, but then it would be just like, I'm afraid I would lose interest if I did it that long, you know? I don't know. My goal is to get it done in a month, and I can't stream every day, so. And I got other things I stream, so. Saturday will be Stardew Valley again. We had so much fun doing that the other day. Just to give you guys a heads up. Stardew Valley. And Friday will probably end up being this, unless I happen to get it done. And we decide to do more Phasmo or something. Like we did last Friday. Because that was fun. Catch Ultra Ball! Let's see if I can get it in there in time. Catch one. Mm-hmm. It already escaped. Duskull has been caught by. You caught it, but yet it's also already escaped. That's so messed up. Chat, bot, community bot games, Pokemon community bot games. Yeah, thingamajig. So yeah, sorry, it already escaped, but yeah, you caught it. Well, I did throw a Pokeball at it. Yeah. Fishy. Fluffy. Butt. You hear me? Okay. else. And that's going to be too much paint on there. Try to get this in here. Basically painting layers and layers of feathers. I'm just gonna call them feathers. Layers and layers of feathers. Get rid of that. Unique look. thought it was like painting scales or something. Paint a little bit again, just to kind of give it that same feel. Do from within the body. To the tail a little bit. Ah! Just got my finger on the tail. I was messing up the pink and stamping it all over the place. Oops. Spooky Kitty sticker finally arrived! Yay! You got yours too! Sweet. I think at least 3 people got theirs so far. Not sure our overseas friends got theirs yet. But yeah, don't forget, guys, if you're lurking and listening, Halloween, I'll be doing some giveaways for some of my spooky sticker painting thingamajigs. Here we go, baby. I'll be giving away some of these stickers. That's of my painting that's in the background. And also giving away Pokemon Halloween cards, packs, and I don't know what all else yet, but I also have a couple of these exclusive Mimikyu electric tiara type for Scarlet and Violet cards to give away. It's got the code for you to get the Pokemon. Speaking of that, there's another code I gotta post in Discord for another Pokemon that anybody can get. So remind me, and I gotta give you guys that code and post it in Discord so everybody can claim that one. And if you're not in Discord yet and you want to be, feel free to join my Discord and my community. Again, we're doing my movie night tomorrow night. Everyone is welcome. And that's the link to my Discord. So, yeah, no. I think my camera is slowly falling. It doesn't usually show. It shows like this far up. Is it like falling back here? Oh, there. Maybe that's better. Yeah, that's better. Relish. Poke catch. Wrong screen. There we go. Elizabeth, Kona, how are you, buddy? I'm doing good. How are you? Did you make it back home safe? Did you have a good time? Lewis, I hope you had a good time. I just got home. Yes, it was super fun. Yeah, I caught a hot minute of your one of your live streams, but I was just lurking. Except for the controversy. Oh, that's normal. There's always controversy. I haven't been on Twitter, so I haven't heard. But there's always something every year. I mean, I've been on Twitter, but I haven't, like, want to know. I don't know. I don't know if I want to know on stream. It's probably not stream appropriate. Who knows? Controversy. It's funny. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. If you don't think it's too bad, go ahead. Just say that, or you can DM me in Discord, either one. The guy from Kick showed up with a Kick shirt with some of his Kick friends, and they got kicked out within 3 minutes of entering. Oh my god. So was that the guy, like, the head of Kick or something? Part owner kick. See, he did it the wrong way. Like, you should be able to go and show up and walk around, but don't be like giving out your stuff unless you buy a table. I mean, he should have been allowed to buy a table and hand out his stuff. The guards did not reply to him, right? Like, because equal opportunity. He should have been a. I get it, though. I get it. It's like, don't go to a party you're not invited to. How excited are you for that being a thing now? I think it's pretty cool. It's gonna be pretty hard not mentioning, hey, I'm also live over here without saying what here is. And it's gonna be hard talking to like two chats without saying chat B and chat A. I don't know. I've never done any of that. So I'm just like, I'm sure there's ways around it, so I'm curious to see how others do it first, I guess, if that makes sense. It might be in Orlando. Well, that's crazy. For them to actually do it on the East Coast? That'd be pretty cool. Versus Vegas. I feel like Vegas probably took money away from TwitchCon. You know? Like, if you're holding TwitchCon in Vegas, half the time people are gonna be everywhere else. Okay, I'm finally home from work. Welcome home! If it's in Orlando, you can bet your bottom mom will stay with Mono. Yeah. I mean, I am in Florida, so. Oh. It would be fun, Rain. It would be fun. It would be a good time. I felt like Vegas was such a chaotic place to have it that it just took away from Twitch itself. So we're already at Kit Kat's house. Oh, why is it doing that again? I thought you fixed it, Rain. And no doubt, because he is abandoning me in a few weeks for a wedding. No! He's abandoning you? Oh, jeez. That sounds like a party time for you, though, to be honest. So you can party. You can use all the bandwidth of the internet. You get to use all the internets. I know, I've been falling for a while. Yeah, stupid bot. I'm gonna fix it later. Yeah, it's just being broken again. I don't know how you fixed it last time. If you send me what to put where, I'll fix it. I was happy I met you last year. I'm bringing the shark costume in 2024. Do it. Yep. Did you have the shark costume in 2019 as well? Did I see you then? I feel like I saw you twice. Why do I think that? Okay, just making sure it wasn't one instance. Yeah, that's so weird. Yes, I did. The shark costume is my vibe. Yeah, I thought so. I think I saw you in 2019 as well. As in follow age, can we have for follow age? Not what I wanted! I remember Doc Disrespect telling me, yo, Shark, can you be my dinner? Oh no. Oh no. Ready to have you for dinner? I didn't know about that one. That's funny though. I would have laughed too. I would have been like, really? uh, it looks so cute. Shark meat is pretty good. Doc was in Vegas too, but had his meet and greet at a HyperX arena. Oh dang. Just DM me what it needs to be and I can change it manually. Just removed follow page. She's just gonna remove it all together and re-add it. Probably best. You're big buddy. Okay. Yeah, it's Streamlabs chatbot. I don't know. Maybe I can get this done in one more stream, and then maybe we could do Phasmo again Friday or something. If I can squeeze in a stream this week and work. I'm making quite a bit of progress now. A wild Breloom appeared. Go catch. Yeah, I caught the Pokemon. So cute. Have you ever had fried mac and cheese balls? I have. There's like this food truck that I had them from one time. And they were so freaking good. Yay! She fixed it! Now you all can spam it and test it out. Oof. Cool down. 44 seconds? Sounds like a heart attack waiting to happen. Yeah, I've only ever had it once, so I figured it was like a rare treat. I just made some at work. That's cool. You want me to take the cooldown off? Or you got it, Ray? She's like, I got this. I'm gonna get it figured out. I'm missing in chat. Oh my god. You guys. Let's see. Okay. Let's make sure nothing's blowing up in Discord. It's been falling for 4 years, 7 months. That's a long time. Of course, I would eat chicken fried steak. Of course, chicken fried steak is delicious as well. Maybe I need to add an S to commands. Like, to pull up the command so it won't do that every time you do something. There. I did. Turtle, welcome to the stream. Nice subscribe for 43 months. Holy cow, Turtle, welcome. Hope you're doing awesome. It's good to see you, man. I might need Rain to fix my Nightbot. Rain is good. Nightbot's a different beast. Whole different set of code, too, though. But yeah. She's good at bot things. Welcome, Turtle. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So, Ghost Eevee's coming along. Still needs work. The ears gotta be bigger. I should probably work on that before I call it done for the night. I should work on the ears a little bit more. But I think I'm going to take a quick stretch break. Flies Rain down here to help me code a new bot for me, right? No, she just knows the bots and does all the Google searching. Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick stretch break and then I'm gonna come back and reevaluate the ears on this thing and decide whether I want to do more to the ears before it's completely dry before the next sitting. That wrong thing. So you guys look at it. Tell me what you think. And I will be back. Rain's in charge, be good. Don't cause too much trouble. My legs, I can't hardly move. Ugh. back. I never cause trouble. I'm a good noodle. Aw. I think you usually are a good noodle. I don't think I've ever seen Shade do that. Kitty booties! Oh my gosh. Ray's the one being silly with all the kitty booties. Those are very well done, too. Oh my god. Those are really well done. Guess I'm gonna call it a night by leaving stream tabbed. Alright, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I probably won't be much longer. It's almost midnight. I'm probably gonna call it there. See you next time. Yeah. I'm gonna try to be live Wednesday or Thursday, which is rare because of work, but probably Wednesday. Just because I want to get this done. I have goals. See y'all next time. Bye, St. Juan. Thanks for hanging out. What is it, Shade? Oh, now you're trying to be bad. Shade's a good noodle. And then we're gonna come over here, try to fix the shape of this eye a little bit before I mess it up too much. Eventually I gotta add the mouth and stuff, but I'll do that at the end. A punkaboo, Rain! It's a punkaboo! You know you need the punkaboo. Alrighty, and then... Okay. Full catch. No, you're out of balls. You gotta buy some more. You should be able to since you've been watching. Oh no, I have no ultra balls. You should have regular. You got regular balls? Do you know how to buy them? It's exclamation poke shop poke balls, and then like however many you want, 10, 20. You can do the same thing with ultra balls. Yay! Caught it! Your port? They're free! You just been watching stream. They're free. Don't even. You probably got enough. You've been on here for a little while. Since you can't buy the Pizza for. You can't buy 25. Oh, and you can't put an S on the end. You can't put an S on the end, that's why. It's gonna be Pokeball. It's very particular. Yay! Now you have more balls. You can also like sell your duplicate Pokemon for currency. Just make sure you Wonder Trade at least one. You can do one a day. You only get 3 Pokemon. How do I don't think I have any dupes? Okay. So you're a beginner. Nothing wrong with that. So if you do exclamation Pokedex, it'll tell you how many you have. And of course, everything's available from the widget down below the stream as well. Yay! You have 5 in the national dex. So you're doing better than you thought you were. I don't think I have to do the ears today because I know I'm going to be adding more wispy things now that I'm looking at it, and I like that. Gonna be adding more wispies. I have 5. Totally weird. I wonder how many I have now. I didn't look earlier when I did the command. Not bad. 312. Not like rocks. Rocks in my dryer probably has like all of them. We're pretty close. Oh, Rox posted some cool D&D stuff in Discord, Rain. I don't know if you saw that yet. So cool. Loving it. I only got too thick. That's because it needs some more liquid. Okay, and then we're gonna put a little highlight. And right there. Right there. Like this piece needs one. Since that's got liquid on it, I'll make that. Okay. Clean up that edge. So cool. And clean up that edge. It looks good. I like it. Back and touch up this pink. Just a bit more. Like there we go. Don't scream at me. Oh, it scared me. Rain is scaring me. Is it time to sleep, Rain? Is it time to sleep? I feel like it's time to sleep. I feel like this painting won't be here when I return. I feel like it'll be here a little bit. It's close to midnight for you, yeah. It's close to midnight for me. You were right. And then at some point, I want to go in and add just tiny touches of yellow too. God, it's gonna be so pretty. Like that. You can't see it as good on screen, but oh my gosh, that tiny bit of yellow is so preciously beautiful. So you guys will see more of it in a photo. I'll take a photo and post it on social media, of course. And in Discord. And then I will see you guys tomorrow night for movie night. I may have to call Rain. Wake her up. Say bye. Let's see. Yee. If I'm not there 10 minutes after start time, please call me. Okay. Will do. Will do. I just know you've been dealing with a lot, so we didn't bother you last time. Other than ping you a couple times, and we're like, yep, she didn't wake up to the pings, she gets to sleep. Night night. Thank you, Shane. I hope you have a good day at work tomorrow, Shane, if you work. You too, Rain. Alright, and then I'm gonna wrap this up so maybe it'll stay wet for. You're off tomorrow, thankfully. Yay! Yeah, it's movie night tomorrow night if you want to join. And we will be live. Let's see. Or not live. We'll be in Discord, not live. Brain is failing me. Why, Brain? Why you be sus? Cause it can be. Rain is always sus when I'm around. Alright. Big me. Thank you all for lurking and watching and hanging out. I don't know if you can see it better. Probably not. The light is just like, I'm glowing! I wish it glowed that much. It does not glow that much. That's really cool though. I should like take a picture of it glowing that much to give me an idea. I mean, that's more like how much it's glowing right there. I don't know. It looks pretty dang cool if it was glowing that much. You should put glow in the dark on it. Right? Put the glow in the dark paint on it. Oil paint that glows in the dark. I'm pretty sure there is one. Pretty sure there is one. I'm so happy with this though. It's not done yet. I still gotta do all the plant life and stuff like this in this style too. And paint Eevee's face on and eyes a little better. And probably some more flare stuff to the Eevee itself. Decorative flare stuff. You know, we could almost give Eevee. I was gonna give Eevee like a cute little mouth, but we could almost give it like the Ghost O mouth, like a ghost has. I might paint it on to see what it looks like, and then take it off if I don't like it. I want the little ooh, just like that would be cute. There is paint like that. Yeah, I just don't know if there's oil-based paint and mixing paint so it can crackle. It probably is though. But yeah, I want to make sure Eevee looks like an Eevee when I'm done and not like a doggo. Right now I feel like it looks like a doggo, but that's probably just me and in my head. But you guys are awesome. Thank you for being here. See you tomorrow at movie night. See, now my camera's like way up in the air and I feel like a short person. I'm a short person. I can't make up my mind about the camera today. Maybe it's just in camera. It's like, maybe it's zoomed out. I bet that's what it is. I bet it was zoomed in more before. Eevee has always been my favorite Pokemon since I first saw it. Old school with the OG evolutions. Aww. That's super cool. I think Skitty's my favorite, of course. And then I love Piplup and I love Eevee. And yeah, it's really hard to decide on those evolutions. I love them all. And it cloned Eevee in every evolution. I remember the clone technique. I remember when you could do that. I think you could do it on Emerald. I feel like it was Emerald that you could clone Pokemon. It's like you traded it, but then you turned off your game real quick before you finished the trade or something, and then you both had it. I don't know. And this was with the, maybe the SP or the Advanced. I don't remember. This wasn't the Game Boy either. This was like the, yeah, whenever Emerald was out. The square one. I used to take the square box and do it. I don't remember how. I don't have that system anymore anyway. Alright. Good night, all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. See you at TwitchCon 2024. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh, maybe. 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 If it's in Orlando. Maybe. It's not too far. Oh, KitKat. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I need to check on things and stuff. Yeah, just message me. Message me. Make sure I realize. Be like, hey, I'm doing the thing with the stuff. You doing the thing? I'm doing the thing with the stuff. Come by and say hi. Okay. Remember, you wanted to see it. Okay, it's gonna be in 2024 since that's when it comes out. Oh. See, I definitely won't remember unless you message me. I'll be like, what? I don't remember this. I'm terrible. My memory is terrible. I blame lack of sleep and working too hard. But you guys are awesome. You and Rains and maybe Shane. Okay. Sounds good. But yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow for movie night if you're there. I will try if work doesn't murder me. I'll try to stream Eevee on Wednesday. If not, it will be Friday. And I will see you guys, yeah, Saturday as well. Stardew Valley. And then giveaway stream, 31st. If you're not out doing Halloween things. I may do it later that night. I may stream at like 9, but I'm going to be doing those giveaways. And probably some more that I haven't figured out what all I'm doing yet, so. I will see you guys then. Good night, everyone. Push all the buttons. Bye. No, wrong button. I had to look at buttons. Goodbye.